to the climate crisis, the topic of the climate change that some people have thought is just the myth. It's not real, but we're experiencing the discomfort. We're experiencing the rise in electricity tariffs. We're experiencing the changes that we've been forced to make in our lifestyle as a result of the changes in our weather. I'm just coming back from a trip to Uyo, and it's been raining round the clock. Hey, however, I realized that there's a very high level of humidity in Akwa Ibom State. People have been complaining of how hot it is. It's almost as hot as Abuja. The only difference being that it's way more humid. And I came back and I was complaining to one of my friends who is also from that region, and he said yes, he had that same observation when he traveled recently. Um, Obviously, when it would be raining in Uyo, Calabar, or those regions, it'd be very cold. I traveled with a lot of sweaters and socks and clothing, and I realized that I started looking for sleeveless t-shirts, white plain t-shirts because it's extremely hot. These are some of the changes and some of the impacts that we're witnessing. So we cannot say climate change is a myth. It's not a reality. We're living it. We're experiencing it every day. We've also noticed our electricity bills have climbed significantly, whether you're band A or band B, whether you're
No,
um diesel generators or petrol. Sorry, I think there's some interference. Can I go on? Okay, thank you. I mean, last night there was this heavy storm and rain fell. I haven't had power since I think 5 p.m. up until the time I left my house this morning, over 12 hours without power. And we're talking about, oh, these are, if you're in band A, you must have at least 20 hours of power. If you're in band B, I think 12 to 16 hours of power. Challenges that we face daily. We're not looking at just personal discomfort. There are warning signs. There are clear signs that our built environment is struggling to adapt to the climate change. And it's not just a Nigeria problem, it's a global problem. I think we say this round the clock, we say this all the time, that globally buildings account for about 40% of energy related greenhouse gas emissions. They also account for 40% of energy consumption. And of course, the energy demand for cooling is expected to double by 2040, according to data. Now, if you look at a hot climate like Nigeria, the urgency is even greater, the stakes are even higher. This is why transforming our buildings must be central to our climate response. The good part is that Nigeria has responded. And in its updated nationally determined contribution, the NDCs, the government has expanded its climate ambition to explicitly include infrastructure and housing sectors. This positions the building sector as a critical lever for reaching our net zero emissions target by the year 2060. And of course, with leadership from the GBCN, we have the NDC scorecard for sustainable buildings that we have been implementing over the past several months. It's not a theoretical tool. I like that the approach is practical, where we have engaging interactive sessions that will focus on context-specific frameworks. So we're looking at policies that exist, policies that do not exist, what is relevant, not just on a global scale, but on a local or in the local context. We've had the first three workshops um, in which we laid the groundwork. We assessed the current state of Nigeria's building sector, we identified the key barriers, and we collaboratively developed the scorecard that has structured our goals in measurable terms. I was just having a conversation now with Dr. Waniko about where the scorecard is going. The deadline for the NDC 3.0 is in June, and I was wondering, have we submitted our reports on the NDC scorecard? Have our inputs been taken into consideration? And I had to make a quick call to ensure that this is being done so that we're not just sitting here putting in the work, and at the end of the day, we do not have representation both locally and globally ahead of COP 30 that's happening in Brazil this year. So it's important that we ensure that we're not just working, but that the work that we're doing is being seen and it is being heard so that its impact can be felt. Otherwise, we'll come back next year and still sit down and say, oh, building sector is not adequately represented in Nigeria's NDCs. So we have to shift gears. We have to move from planning to implementation, from concept to construction, from policy to practice. I always say that all the talk, all the policies, as long as we're not there practicalizing them, they end up just being documents on paper. It's like constantly making noise around the clock, empty noises that do not make any impact. So I need to highlight the fact that this workshop should not just be a repeat of what we have done before. It's a constant step. We're constantly growing. So we don't wonder, why do we keep coming back here, having these meetings, having these breakout sessions? This is the point where we need to put the tools to work to move from analysis to action. So I would like to invite each one of us here to reflect briefly. What is one climate related impact that you have personally experienced or observed in Nigeria's built environment? I need us to just think about it and perhaps take it into the conversations that we'll be having during the breakout sessions. Is it the oppressive indoor heat when there's a blackout, just like I experienced, or just like I just talked about? Is it the change in the weather conditions that you've experienced? Is it the rising cost of powering your businesses because of the cost of electricity tariffs, because of the cost of alternative sources of energy, or even due to the poor building design that has caused you to have to put on your ACs for longer hours, making it more expensive for you to run your businesses? Or is it the flooding that we experience in Lugbe or in different parts of Abuja and different parts of the country? Whatever your experience, it connects directly to why we are here as stakeholders. We need to ensure that our buildings do much more than shelter us. We need to ensure that our buildings protect us, they empower us, and they sustain us. So, how do nationally determined contributions, or the NDCs, help us achieve this vision? I would highlight five powerful ways that I believe that the NDCs drive transformation. Firstly, the NDCs provide national direction. By embedding energy efficient and climate resilient buildings into our NDCs, we would elevate the building sector as a development priority, which brings coordination, financing, and policy focus. Secondly, NDCs unify fragmented policies. By saying that, I mean they connect the dots. Housing, energy, urban planning, and financing. These are systems that often operate in silos. So we need to integrate them, and the NDC serves as a unifying framework that brings coherence and integration across sectors. Thirdly, the NDCs unlock climate finance. When we include the building sector in our NDCs, we signal that we're ready. We signal readiness to our development partners and investors. And of course, it opens doors to innovative funding, green mortgages, carbon credits, concessional loans. I always say that the reason Nigeria got the spotlight for funding in the building sector is because we have the Building Energy Efficiency Code. If we hadn't taken this step, Nigeria would not have been recognized as a country that is taking the infrastructural development of the building sector seriously in terms of climate resilience, climate mitigation actions. So we need to continue to take these steps, and the NDCs help us take this step. In addition, the NDCs empower state level leadership. We've seen states like Lagos, state like Plateau that have launched the BEC, have adopted it in their building regulations, and they've integrated this national vision. So the NDC would help all the states to speak a common language and to move in the same direction. And finally, the NDCs promote accountability. So with tools like the NDC scorecard, we can now spotlight gaps, we can track progress, and of course, we can course correct based on real data rather than assumptions.
Policeman. Policeman promised Mama to get to the root of it and find her missing son. His name is Ibrahim. His name is Ibrahim, but we don't know his rank, but he's in the yes. And he asked Mama, at first he asked Mama to give him 1 million naira for mobilization. And Mama said she doesn't have. So after collecting the money, he asked the next day he called Mama. After a while, he calls Mama to look her in now they'll be able to go to the third utilization. Okay. The first day he kept Mama there all through the whole day. Then the next day he showed up and he went to bad or no? They went to the area commander's office in Jere and the story. What you need, not
So this is where integration comes in. Now, you cannot have sustainability without integration. If you're a financier, think beyond your short-term ROI, short-term return on investment. You need to think about your long-term impact and transformation. So we all need to step beyond our silos and think systematically because buildings touch every aspect of our lives. This event is happening in a building. From here, some of us will go back to our offices, which are buildings. You go to school to pick your kids. The school is a building. Or you go to the church or the mosque or wherever. That is also a building. Or you go to the supermarket to buy your groceries for the day or for the month. That is a building. So we cannot separate ourselves and say, it no concern me. It affects us directly or indirectly, whether we see it or know it or like it or not. So having established that, I believe that we have a target that gives us clear direction, especially in line with Nigeria's commitment to the net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2060. But to achieve it will depend on what we choose to do today. So as we continue through this workshop, I would encourage each one of you to make one actionable commitment that you can take forward. Would you advance policy adoption in your state, mobilize finance for sustainable buildings, create awareness and advocacy, even in your place of work? Can be something as simple as turning off your lights when you leave the office at the end of the day. Would you launch a green construction pilot if you are a private developer? Would you strengthen monitoring and reporting frameworks if you're a policymaker? Whatever your role is, I need you to define it, I need you to claim it, and I need you to act on it. Because buildings are not just structures. They are systems, and they can either burden our future or help us build resilience. So I would like us to make buildings engines of climate resilience for Nigeria today. Thank you very much, and I look forward to learning, sharing, and collaborating with everyone.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you once again. It's now followed by an opening remark from the key ministries that we are having here. I would like to invite Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. If you do have something to say, you can come up to the podium, please. Please let's appreciate her, please, as she's come up to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here. My name is Grace Petrus from Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I'm here with my director, who graciously directed me to make a statement on behalf of the ministry. So we are happy to be here, and we want to commend the organizers of this event or this program as a whole, the Green Building, the Green Building Council of Nigeria. You have done a lot, and we are honored to be participating in your program. This workshop is a milestone, as you have done workshop 1 to 3, and we have been following it keenly. We have participated in all of them. And now this is the last part before you submit your report to the Global Green Building Council, Green Building Organization. So we hope that this report will bring a change to Nigeria, because as a Federal Minister of Housing and Urban Development, I don't think when it comes to climate change, we have been following and incorporating issues of climate change in our activities, in our programs, and even our policies. So your organization is the first organization that we have encountered, more especially me personally, that have encountered that is basically on housing and that is on housing and urban development when it comes to climate change. Even the National Council of Climate Change itself has not been concentrating on this issue of housing and urban development. But we find you a Green Building Council, a worthy partner in this, and we pray that continue to collaborate. And I hope this report, as you submit it, will bring a lot of reform to Nigeria, like a breakthrough for us, because the housing and urban development sector is where adaptation and mitigation of climate change takes place. In our deployment of infrastructure, that's where we have opportunity for decarbonization. But it's like other sectors are taking front burner and we are being left behind when it comes to discussions on climate change. But this is the housing and urban development sector that all these activities takes place. So the challenges are there in the housing and urban development sector, but the opportunities are also there because it's in deployment infrastructure that you decarbonize. So we thank you so much. We appreciate your efforts. We look forward to your reports bringing change to Nigeria, and we will continue to collaborate with you. Thank you very much. And we pray for a successful event.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate. So I would like to invite Federal Ministry of Environment. Let's appreciate him as he comes up the stage.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samuel Adeyemi. I'm representing Federal Ministry of Environment at this workshop. Yes, we know that we as a stakeholder in the area of climate change, including the environment in general, we have been partaking in this workshop at the second and third one. And I could remember that last one we did together, which I participated, we worked together in looking at the policies on of this issue of climate change generally. Also, we'll look into energy efficiency, we'll look into water efficiency, including waste management and recycling of waste, particularly when we talk about circularity that is involved in our infrastructures and buildings. Yes, green building is a concept that we have been trying to promote before the issue of infrastructure and housing as sector of the NDC. Yes, we believe that green building will also help us in the adaptation and also help us in the area of mitigation of climate change issues. And as a ministry that is also working with other stakeholders, we believe that Green Building Council in Nigeria has been helping us in looking into all those necessary things that need to be done. Also looking at my personal interest that is much more about circularity. We also look into health that involve clean air, that we all need to understand that clean air within our environment will make all our efforts to be putting together to get into all what we desire. And also we need to also look at policies that involve clean air, policy that involve circularity, policy that involve energy efficiency, and also water efficiency, everything encompassing. And when it got to the overall goal, everything on infrastructure, housing, we also lead to other areas of interest in climate change mitigation. Thank you so much for inviting us. And we are here to also work with you and also to make this action plan a workable one and for us to implement it together as stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, really appreciate. This session has taken a set of robust and action-oriented agenda. It's now an informed insight that the previous workshop have strengthened the diverse expertise of us to have the climate action plan. So now we are now to transition into technical presentation. This session will take us through to key findings from the NDC scorecard assessment and the highlights of the policy gaps and identify areas of strategic alignment with the Nigeria climate commitments. We encourage everyone on sites and online to take note of these critical insights as will guide us through group discussions later in the day. So now we will move to the stakeholder action and sectoral perspective. That's the plenary session. Oh, sorry. That is the key findings of better scorecard. Key findings of better scorecard according to the agenda. If you follow the agenda very well. Are you there, please?
Yes, can you hear me? Am I confirmed? Can I speak now?
Hello. Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's really a big pleasure to be here. And I will be presenting the review of the National Policy Alignment, which is basically the key findings from the NDC scorecard that we have been working on over the past 3 workshops. So it's going to be a very short analysis. So it's just give us an hint of the key findings from the scorecard that we have worked on over the past workshops. So the purpose of the scorecard analysis is basically to assess the alignment of the country's current policies in terms of the NDC commitment, the National Building Code, the Building Energy Efficiency Code, and other relevant codes as related to the built environment. So the whole purpose of the scorecard is to ensure these codes are well aligned with the sustainability of the built environment, and to also identify the existing strengths, the gaps, so that we can make appropriate recommendations that can fill the gaps. So it is also to assess the existing strengths. It's also to access the existing strengths so we can identify the relevant, where next to go, and we can always build on the strengths. Also, pardon me. And the last of that is to support development of and last of that is to support the development of the National Action Plan towards the sustainability of the built environment. So over the course of the workshop, we have gone on to access over 70 policy measures, 70 plus, and over 10 smart areas from energy to circularity, environmental conservation, and other things. So these policy measures have been consolidated into 48 policy measures in the last scorecard that was drafted, and over 8 thematic areas, with the thematic areas covering energy, biodiversity, circular construction policies, and housing policies as well. So, and each of these 48 policy measures were measured against the Nigerian NDC commitments, the national building policies, and other existing regulations and frameworks, such as the Building Efficiency Code and other relevant codes in the built environment. So it was observed in the scorecard that about 11% of these policy of the 48 policy measures were actually fully included, with a whole lot of them still either in progress or not even included at all. About 44% is still in progress or partially included, and the remaining 45% are there are gaps that they were not included in the existing policy gaps, which is the whole essence of the scorecard, to identify these gaps and to make appropriate recommendations to the relevant stakeholders. So it was also observed that most of the measures that are already in progress or currently included in the existing codes, they either lack enforcement or coverage. And most of the existing policies lack specificity for the building sectors. Most of these policies are often they often they often state building or the built environment faintly, or you can only get a sense of the built environment being referenced in the code. So most of the policies does not explicitly state or make reference to the built environment. So, and the key gaps that were identified across the thematic areas for the carbon and energy, till now, we still don't have a national roadmap to decarbonize the building sector, as earlier stated by our keynote speaker. So there is also no life cycle carbon tracking or targets. There are so many of the gaps. This is just an highlight. For adaptation, building adaptation and resilience, we don't have a national policy that incorporates the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Scenarios. And this just across all other policies. There is very weak enforcement, and especially for hazard mapping and risk zoning when it comes to adaptation and resilience. For circularity, we are still lagging behind when it comes to policies that mandate the industry to reuse recycled materials or to ensure we have a circular circular model around the infrastructure we build. For the water efficiency, we still don't have a mandatory water performance standards. We still have a very limited urban water management integration. And under the biodiversity and nature positive construction strategies are still very weak. A few buildings that incorporate some of these strategies are either buildings that are being certified by as sustainable buildings, maybe like EDGE certificates, BRAM, and other certificates like that. So, and under the equity and lack of access, as we all know, there's still a very large gap when it comes to greenhouse support for low-income households across Nigeria. And there's still no integration of labor protections in green building transition. So the whole lesson for all of these key gaps that have been identified would feed into the policy recommendations for the next NDC review of the country. Just like the keynote speaker mentioned, that the whole essence of the scorecard, the relevance of the scorecard with the country, and also this would also feed into the action plan that was submitted to the World DBC. And lastly, one of the key gaps identified would enable us to make proper recommendations the scorecard itself will allow us to track the Nigeria's commitment to long and short-term commitments to the building environment. So this is all we have from the NDC scorecard review. Thank you.
Okay, we really appreciate you, Abdullahi. Abdullahi, we really appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Please, let's have a round of applause for Abdullahi. So now we are moving into the plenary session. That's the stakeholders' action and sectoral perspective. Please, from the people here on site, If anyone has something or reaction to share, please. You should come forward. Minister of Power, come forward, please. This is an inclusive platform for everyone to speak, please. We want to hear from your perspectives. We really appreciate you, Mr. Samuel.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again. I want to make some remarks concerning the issue that was just presented. And I know that we need to work together on it to get clarifications, even to help ourselves. When we look at some policies that are related to green building concept, green building issues in Nigeria under the NDC, yes, we need to also look at all those thematic areas and what government are doing towards getting policies for those things to be addressed. I want to talk more about secularity. I think it's proper for us to know that as a ministry that look into secularity and waste management per se, yes, we had two policies that address those issues. And we know that national policy of solid waste management has been approved by Federal Executive Council, and all the stakeholders were carried along when we were developing these policies and when it was launched. Also, we look at the area of plastic management. Yes, we have another policy that addresses such separate from the general solid waste management issue. Now, looking at other areas that are much more important to look into. When we look at solid waste, we also need to look at the liquid aspect of it. Yes, we know that when we go to rest ourselves, we don't bother ourselves what happened to what goes out, particularly in Abuja metropolis. We have a system that is working to handle those ones. But even if we want to look at other areas, when all these things need to be managed, yes, we have to look at this. We have to look at the framework for all these things. That's why I started working on the lodge management, apart from the one that relates to industrial effluents. Under our ECP program, that Resource Efficiency and Cleaner Production Program, we are having also collaboration with UNIDO and Energy Commission of Nigeria, which they are handling energy efficiency. We are looking at resource efficiency and cleaner production. Yes, we have a policy on that deals with industrial waste, and to bring in some symbiosis in relation to what comes out from an industry as a waste can be also be like a source or raw materials for another. Yes, we have done so much on this, and we have worked with stakeholders to believe that this thing can be done within the industrial settings and residential settings. All materials, yes, address efficiency, secularity, and so on. We have to also bring them together, like you said in your speech, that we have to come together to look at what all these policies addresses or addressed, but we have to look at how to bring them together as an integration into what we are going to do together. As a ministry, we are looking at all these things, and we are also collaborating with others to make sure that all our policies, where we see gaps, we have to revise them. And when we see other areas, we have to bring them up and popularize them with other stakeholders. I think this is what I have to say concerning the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Please have anyone. I can see one at the back. After him, then we have Bauchi coming up. But it should be brief, please, because we are against time.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Engineer Jeffrey Bassi. Not to go over what has already been said, I'm from Prime Tech Design and Engineering Limited, where we mainly design buildings. So we are involved in the very early stages of building designs. So during the course of this NDC Scorecard, the whole workshops, and we are here today, we've started or we've enhanced the implementation of some of the discussions that have been ongoing here. We've promoted passive design strategies like encouraging. I think the first speaker, Edima, was mentioning the present climate issues we are having. Also a testament to that fact. I just came back from Uyo, I think last week, and I had him experience. We are having serious climate issues right now. Okay, and we have started encouraging locally sourced and recyclable materials. We are specifying energy efficient HVAC and lighting systems, and as an example, even our building too was also designed to achieve this green initiative. However, where I want to react to, and I'm hoping we can enforce and implement after this workshop and after the scorecard has been approved, I think I'm focused on the finance aspect. We've had clients who are very much interested. In fact, presently I'm working on a project where we had designed the building to achieve green net zero carbon, and at the end the project cost and the client said, oh, for these materials it's too expensive, I can't use it. And now we are doing the value engineering on the building. So I'm hoping that after this workshop, we can achieve something that will help the clients get cheaper alternatives, but still achieve the same goal. Thank you very much.
We really appreciate Prime Tech Engineering Limited. So now I would like to invite Energy Commission Nigeria in person of Ahmad Tijani to briefly give us a remark.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ahmad Tijani from Energy Commission of Nigeria. From what I have seen in the presentation concerning energy efficiency and the issue of carbon tracking, definitely is an issue, and we are happy that it is been identified as a gap. When I came in, we were discussing with the president that with remaining 5 years to 2030, what is the situation concerning the pledge or the target of 30-30-30? That is 30% of renewable energy by 2030. When you look at the actual installations and the ongoing projects and those coming up, we are not bragging, but we may reach there. But there is disconnect. REA is doing their own, ECN is doing their own, Federal Ministry of Housing. I'm aware that they are also installing solar installation in many places. But how do we come together to determine this, what we have achieved so far and where we are going? So that is why it's very important to have this type of platform. And I'm aware that the NCCC are developing that carbon credit frameworks. So if it comes up, that is how will be able to identify, locate all these projects, get the details of their sizes and consumption. And if we are able to map it all together, we may able reach that target. So in Energy Commission of Nigeria, we also continue from our own side. Right now, we are planning to come up with our own solarization program, also in tertiary institutions and also in tertiary hospitals across all the 36 states of the Federation. And we are also working with the ministries, the Ministry of Education and also that of Health. And even this morning, my team are there in Abuja, University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, commencing the energy auditing, because we have to know what is on ground before we can bring intervention. So I come with the compliment and goodwill from Energy Commission of Nigeria, and we are part and parcel of this process and will continue to be part of it. Our DG is sending his compliments and will continue to partner with the Green Building Council Nigeria to achieve what we.
We appreciate Energy Commission Nigeria. So now I would like to invite the representative of Nigeria Society of Engineers, that is Engineer Dr. Sunday Ebiki. Let's appreciate him, please.
Good morning, everyone. And I'm representing the President Nigeria Society of Engineers. And she conveyed her goodwill message that the Green Building Council Nigeria should know that the NSC is ever ready to support them in whatever they are doing. Most importantly, the President said, Committee on Environment, Climate, a team of professionals that will be working on all the parameters we need to achieve green economy. And I think Edima is one of the team members in the committee. And whenever need arise, always get in touch with the Nigeria Society of Engineers. And we are ever ready to support the vision and mission of the Green Building Council Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone like I've seen group you have fitting to share with us? Really appreciate you as you come up the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. So my name is Blessing Chineduzo, HSC Manager Course Group. When you check with what we are doing, it's a real estate anyway, and we get into smart homes. We are kind of doing something that other construction firms are not doing. More especially when you check our firm, our company, our constructions, they are kind of unique. Apart from that, they are smart. We work with all electrical gadgets. We try to make our security tight. And also the most important thing is that we go green. In our buildings, when you check, there's no building that is standing that we didn't plant any tree or flower. So we now check because of the carbon dioxide and the exchange of oxygen. So which it can actually help you that is living in the building to get more energy, more oxygen, more exchange from the plants that we build around it. And also in our construction, as you can see, we do recycling, we reduce waste products, and we also, the product that we brought out from what we are doing, we had to still use it to create more things in the process of the construction. So with that, we still thank Green Building Council Nigeria for the efforts that they've made to set up this committee. And also we appreciate you people more. With this, I think other firms can, inculcate, have a good culture, that there are some ideas, good ideas one can actually implement in the course of our building, in the climate change and everything that we are working with. So this is a little thing I have to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Time is against us. So we can now use this opportunity to have refreshment and interlude so that we can have good SDGs. Goal number 2 and goal number 12. zero hunger, and sustainable consumption. So the tea break is just behind the hall, please. So the online participants as well, we encourage you to network via chat and virtual breakout lunch so that you will be engaged. We will reconvene promptly. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, we are on tea break.
Oh, sorry. We'll be going to the next session in about 5 minutes. Mustafa. We need to set up the breakouts. Remove the. And so we have to position them. Mustafa, where are you? Are you ready for us? Everything is set. But we are moving to breakout sessions now. So facilitators. Okay, finance is the right place. And yeah, we made a slight change. So let me announce with assigned facilitators. We're having 6 groups this time around. So for the policy group, where policy? Policy, can we have Federal Ministry of Environment? Yeah. We have 2 policies. Wanted to make the group small. So, and then policy. So, policy A, policy 1, policy 2. Okay, where is industry? Industry is housing. Industry, Madam Grace. Don't worry, we have a supporter for you. Where is industry 2? Cost group. Cost group. So you're facilitating industry 2. Are you fixed? Then Jais Bank, the money people, finance. Okay, finance is well fixed already. So Mustafa, over to you. How are you distributing your Would be resting today? Pardon? So are we set to start? Sorry, please just fix yourself in a group. Okay. Choose where if I see any group that is too large, then we'll redistribute. But fix yourself in a group. Finance is here. So, but try and move outside your comfort zone if possible. Family homes fund will maybe. Yes, there are two groups for each sector. So finance is here, industry is here, and government policy is over there. So, but like Edima told us, move outside your comfort zone and put yourself in somebody else's shoe. So because you are in finance, doesn't mean you must be in the finance group. Can we fix ourselves into the groups quickly, please? Okay, we have 1 hour to do this. So 1 hour, please. This your music needs to stop or it's disturbing us.
Hello. For the breakout session, that is group A policy. For the first group, we have the facilitator. Ministry of Housing and Cost Group Investment. Cost Group Investment. Finance Group. We have Jais Bank, then Family Homes Fund Limited. Family Homes Funds Limited. It should be in the second group. Family Homes. Yeah. In the other family homes. So yeah, that's it. Family homes should be in that.
The one, yes.
Actor Godwin, I made you co-host already, but you are not joining the room. I've assigned you, but still you are in the.
20 minutes, please. 20 minutes. We'll wrap up at 1 o'clock. So as you wrap up, one of the things we wanted to ask that is not on the worksheet is from the list of measures on your worksheet, what are the top 3 that you think are priorities? So if you have time, you can do that. So just look at the top 3 and just write them under and say, these are what we think are the most urgent, the most relevant, and the most timely. The top 3 overall. So just pick 3. So as you're deliberating, at the end, pick 3, your favorite 3. Yeah, your favorite. Okay. So, some groups have. We're wrapping up. If you have finished, start getting ready to present. We'll do group presentations straight after this. We'll make a slight change to the agenda. We want to do group presentations so that we don't eat and get sleepy. So, and then afterwards we'll do lunch. So start preparing, choose who's going to do your presentation. Don't forget to pick your top 3 policy recommendations from your worksheets. Time up. Time up. So Who is ready to present?
Hello. It's already time now. We will say welcome back. Each breakout group will now present its top 3 to 5 recommended actions, implementation, insights. But top three. Yes, we have 3 minutes per group. These 3 key recommendation is one message that will be for the Nigerian policymakers and World Green Building Council. Okay, once again, there is attendance for the breakout groups. Please make sure you sign in. Group A. Okay, Group A, I would like to invite Architect Yemi Sola Adebi and Engineer Teddy Omerebi. Please come up to the stage. Present. One person, architect.
Okay. Okay. So are we listing? We are moving to the focus. Right? Yes. The policy. Policy, right? Yes.
Please, let's appreciate Group A.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so this is Group A. My name is
Yeah. Look. Come on. Good.
okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Just make sure I do not cast shadow.
Okay. Okay. How do we now read out?
Very well.
Okay. Yes, that's better.
And with that,
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. It's been a journey. First, to congratulate the Green Building Council and all the critical stakeholders that have been part of this journey from workshop 1, 2, 3, and here we are today 4. I'm Architect Yemi Shola Debi, Shared National Architect Abuja chapter, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Group A. You can see the 6 of us standing. Okay, so our first 3 key, policy recommendation. It's on the policy and regulatory framework, which is very important. And we are picking the first on that list, which is number 1. And it says, introduce enforceable green building requirements into the National Building Code. And this is so important to us. As we are all aware, there's been a debate on the National Building Code, whether it should become a law, an act of parliament, or should just remain as a standard. The school of thought that have said it should not be an act of parliament, because if there's any review or amendment, you have to go back to the National Assembly to review. Do you want to be doing this with standard? Why not leave it as a code, domiciled under the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, so that it can be reviewed and updated, when the need arises, like what we're doing now. If you want to put all that we're doing into the building code, you don't have to go to National Assembly to amend it. So we're recommending number 1, that introduce enforceable green building requirements into the National Building Code, and it can be domesticated, from state to state. That's our first recommendation. The second one is number 7, and it's under the monitoring, data, and compliance. And we are saying develop a national dashboard to track green building targets, compliance, and climate impact. Because after all this work, we need to monitor, we need to track, we need to measure. Where are we coming from? Where are we going to? And how do we get there? If you don't have this dashboard, you'll not be able to do that. So this is so important. So we all voted for number 7 as our second priority. Then the third one is number 14. Launch a national training program for MDAs on green construction, LCA, energy audit, and resilience. This is key. We need to be trained. And we have also said on that table that we can do this in conjunction with the professional bodies. Let all member professional bodies be certified. Let them be green certified, like train the trainer so they can train others and they can be your spokesmen, your foot soldiers, ensuring we deliver on this. That's number 7. So those are 3 priority areas. I don't know if any one of us want to add to what I've said. That's okay.
Thank you so much, Ma, for that presentation. Yes, I want to quickly look at the remaining policy measures, which also, to me, they are very good and very germane. Number 2, talking about aligned green building policies and implementation framework with Nigeria revised NDC. Yes, we know when we are talking of revised version of the NDC, we need to also include the infrastructure and housing into the framework so that it can be implementable at the level of that. Then the next one, which I want us to also look at, is the number 8, establish system for monitoring embodied carbon in public buildings and infrastructures. Yes, if you are talking about, efficiency in implementation, there must be proper monitoring. And this monitoring must be done accordingly so that whatever we are doing, we will know we are going in the right direction. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So we have a priority also as stated from 3, ranging from 2 to 3. Then we have our lead actors, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Development Control, Standard Organization of Nigeria, Green Building Council appear also there. And of course, the 7 professional bodies in the built environment, let's work with them. Of course, then we have development partners like GIZ, UNIDO, and others. Then of course, the N333 is also important stakeholder in this. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Group A policy. Thank you so much for your presentation. Your recommendations are well noted. Then followed by Group B, that is industry. I would like to invite Blessing Chinedu Uzo for their next presentation. They should get ready. Okay, policy 2. Policy 2, please get ready. Policy 2 is coming up.
Good afternoon, all once again. Group A, Policy 2. My name is Engineer Teddy Omoregbe from the Federal Ministry of Power, and we've had very exhaustive discussions. And due to time, we're unable to fill some, but very quickly, I'll just highlight the 3 areas where we have chosen as very key. Now, policy and regulatory framework, that's the first of it. And we think this is of high priority because this actually is going to drive all the process. And once that is there, then every other stakeholder naturally falls in line, especially when it is implementation is taken very seriously. So for us here, we also believe one of our major recommendation here is that the requisite government agencies, built environment, MDAs should take lead in these areas. Another area we have also looked at, we actually have categorized them A, B, C, and D. B is governance and institutional collaboration. One key recommendation we have here is this would not move fast or will not achieve the desired height if governance capacity and training is not done. So we actually feel that this should even come first before the governance and institutional collaboration, because if the leadership in these areas are not on track and do not believe in this vision, then there is no way that collaboration would actually come upstream. So our recommendation here is that the capacity building and capacity for governance and training should be taken very seriously. And that should actually, we believe that will drive the process. Just like we have currently in the MDAs, the new government vision of going digital. What do we call that again? PMS. And it's tied to your promotion, and everybody is forced. We are all going on PMS. Something like that needs to take place for the governance and institutional collaboration to roll up seamlessly. So we also feel that the presidency, SGF, Office of the Head of Service, FCT, Head of Service, and states should actually drive this process. And we believe that the Green Building Council can lead this in, there should be a committee, high-level committee that would take these outcomes to the doorsteps of the presidency, the SGF. And once that is adopted, I think it will just be thrown down the line. So we are combining this, and we also feel that public mandates and subnational actions are very important, because once the capacity has been developed and the institutions, government institutions begin to collaborate, definitely the outcome would be the public mandates and subnational actions. And that is why if you see during our confidence score for governance and international collaboration, we actually have 111 for the confidence score, because we feel that will not fly until this governance and capacity training comes on board. And once this comes on board and this the governance structure is informed, then it should just be like a rapid flow and all this would come up. So basically, these were our recommendations. I don't know if anybody has. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate Group A policy. So take a group picture, please. So Group B, Industry 1 should get ready. May I invite Blessing Chinedu Uzo for their presentation. Group B, Industry.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing Chineduzo from Cost Group Investment Limited. So we worked on industry. Myself and my team members, we brainstormed to get this sorted out. So the first and foremost, we have like 3 priorities. We're able to capture different priorities, the lead actors, the confidence, and the comments and suggestions. So we're able to treat the adoption of green standard and practices, skills and professional development, material innovations and local content. Also ESG, industry governance. So we have different firms and organizations that can handle each and every one of our priorities. So the first priority we have here is to promote adoption of green performance, which we gave it as priority 3. It's very important that we can actually have green area in our buildings, in our structures. Wherever we see ourselves, or even if, depending on our professionalism, engineer, no matter architectural sector, so we should try to, encourage adopting green performance. Like when you are building, you should encourage that, let them apply or kind of implement anything regarding green and greenhouse gases, so that it can help to, the energy and the transformation of both the oxygen and the carbon monoxide. Another one is sustainability and focus training. So without training, I don't think we can actually improve with what we are doing. Even if we know or have some knowledge regarding some things, it will be limited. But with consistent training, I think it's necessary that we get focused and get more trainings so that we can have more knowledge and know the new developments around. Then another point is establishment of incentives. It is still important that in all, while doing what you are doing, you have to kind of, appreciate people, give them incentives to encourage them with what they are doing. With that, I don't think they will have lapses, or they will, grump over doing their work and all that. So now we have to still thank Green Building Council Nigeria for the opportunity they gave us to, gather, brainstorm, and realize that these such things exist. And also there are some points that we made that governments need to, support. Without the support of the government, I don't really think that most of them will be effective. Then our professional bodies, our individual differences, depending on the firm that we see ourselves, if we can actually, have a professional body that we can, meet once in a while to brainstorm, to get more ideas and more knowledge, I think it would be very nice to achieve these our goals and our priorities. Thank you very much. Engineer. Any other thing, contribution or?
Yeah, I don't want to shed more light on what my colleague have already said, especially on the training and the incentive establishment. So my name is Akhtar Yazid. I'm here from Urban Shelter, Nigeria Limited. So basically, when we talk about the training, we're talking about having training programs in universities that are specialized in all the sustainable programs. For example, now I know we all know about sustainable architecture in our schools, but then when you take sustainable architecture as a category, there are a lot of other things underneath. There is passive design, there is edge sheltering, there's a lot of things. So if we can have a space in our curriculum where all these things have been itemized, you can just wake up today and decide, okay, I want to specialize on solar energy. I want to specialize on greenery. I want to specialize on cross ventilation. All these things, if they are there, they will encourage implementation in our buildings more. And when we talk about the incentive, basically this has to do with the government, basically. So sustainability, the bitter truth about it is not cheap. It's not cheap. Achieving net zero emission is not cheap. It's something that the government really, really have to put their heads into it for it to actually be a reality. Thank you very much.
Take group picture, please. May I invite Precious Amoran, that is group of industry, to present this.
So,
represent our group that is speaking on the theme of finance. Now, when they said that we should try and limit this to 3 areas, we now had to really look to see where we can now try to cut fat without touching flesh and bone. And what we ended up trying to do was trying to at least try and limit the 3 areas to the ones that will be prerequisites to the other, to most of the other areas that are involved. Under green financial instruments, the first area that we're now looking at is to establish targeted green finance schemes for sustainable building and retrofits through concessional loans, grants, and blended finance models. Of course, we took this to be one of the areas of high priority, and for it to have its lead actors being Family Homes Fund and FMBN. Now, the issue of reason why we're not able to give a higher confidence score to it, giving it only a 2, is because we look at it that it really requires concerted efforts from both the private and public bodies. The second policy that we're now looking at is public finance and policy alignment, which we're now talking about to how to mandate climate-aligned investment strategies within the public finance institutions, of which we saw that, of course, the one body that controls all the financial institutions would be CBN. So they will be the ones best in position for that. It's having a high priority, and also we're having high confidence, since the CBN usually they have very good traction with regards to being able to put through policies, and then once it's regulatory, the financial institutions need to come in line with it. Then lastly, we have also now the third one being to link access to public-private financing schemes to verified green building certifications, because of course, I think this is one of the themes that has even gone through some of the previous groups. If you're not able to quantify what is even a green building, for it to be very clear, for there to be an actual standard that speaks to it, then it will not be able to now be able to go through any of these other processes. So we had now put, of course, now a Ministry of Housing for them to be the ones that will be housing and urban development, for them to be the ones to spearhead that. But as with all of these issues, there's inherent issues with regards towards awareness, whether it is to access to funds, whether it is to who's responsible for what, overlapping responsibilities, whatnot. There's lots of that goes through the, I mean, it's a repeating theme throughout all. So I don't know if there's anyone from the team that wants to do any addition. Okay, so that's all. Thank you very much.
Take a group picture, please.
Thank you.
So we appreciate you, Group C, Finance 1. May I invite Group C, Finance 2 to come over to present, please? Jeffrey Barsi from Prime Tech Design and Engineering Limited will come so that he facilitates the presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, GBCN and GIZ for organizing this. My name is Dr. George Ani. I'm with Family Homes Funds, and we are with Finance Group 2. So our work was a bit easy and a bit hard. We recognize that everything we do and say, everything we theorize here would not be able to be implemented or actionable without finance. So it was a very important topic for us. And so you may not be surprised to see that we gave priority to all of them because the presence, availability of money, albeit concessional funds, is critical, especially against the headwinds we face as a country. What are those headwinds? Headwinds such as the fact that we are adding about 125 million people to our population over the next 25 years. That's about 5 million people a year. Headwinds that 90% of Nigerians live on less than $2 a day. So in the normal course of their life, shouldn't be able to afford a house. Headwinds that Nigerians, even as we face our urban crisis, we occupy less than 7% of the landmass of the country. So we looked at those headwinds and discovered various opportunities, and that is what has led to our score. So I'll give it to my colleague to now run through this course.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Engineer Jeffrey once again. Just like Dr. George has already given us the background, we quickly went through this and we came up with our own top 3, but however, we had a tie on 2 points, which made it say top 4. Our first point is under the Green Financial Instruments Policy category, and that is to establish targeted green finance schemes for sustainable buildings and retrofits through concessional loans, grants, and blended finance models. The priority, as he already said, is very high for all. And our lead actors, Ministry of Finance, Housing, GIZ, and the rest there. However, we had a bit of issue with the confidence here because of the enabling. We don't have to enable it. Okay. Okay. So our second point, because of time, we went to promote that under the public finance and policy alignment policy category. It says promote joint financing models between banks and government for green infrastructure and buildings. We are looking at where the government can join together with banks to provide this finance. Like he said, without the finance, everything we are just doing is theory if we can't fund what we are doing. Okay, and then the tie was between the policy category green financial instruments, which says facilitate the issuance of green bonds by government and private institutions to finance large-scale sustainable building and infrastructure projects. Yeah, we stated here that we will need a sovereign bond. A sovereign bond may be required to generate global acceptance so that you don't just go with your bond, but it can also be accepted. And finally, we have under the capacity building and investor education that says develop financial literacy programs focused on green buildings for developers, lenders, and policymakers. We also said this should include even small home owners. After we have made all this policy and schemes available, people should be informed about it. We should make provision to let everybody be informed. All right, I think with this. Okay, thank you very much.
Please, let's appreciate them very well. So take a group picture, please.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you so much. So before we exhaust our energy, we have the lunch ready. Okay, group picture. Before we take the lunch, then we have a group picture for the session, for the program. Please, you come forward for the general group picture.
Good afternoon, everybody.
We go for our lunch now.
But I'm preparing my report with respect to from you. I started from Q3 and this was one. That's the first So I'm preparing a comprehensive report. So I'm in my recommendation kind of support what you are doing. And so the ministry so we can recommend what you are and so that we can have to collaborate together. I know he's going to take it. Oh, very nice. So we have to exactly because all I will talk more. I want to get this. And if I go back now, I will kind of thereby. Okay. So they can take it. So now, what's the then the question? Okay, I have a understanding that it's called. You got confirm time.
Yes, yes, yes. Because my boss traveled, so I was waiting for him. When he reacted. Not just again. That said he wants to part of it. They're coming for panel.
our annual event. But this year is coming down to Abuja, Shehu Musa Yaradua Center. It's going to be big, and I urge you all to be there. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And God will lead you to your various destinations. Thank you so much.